Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
May we please call Margot James, who, as you know, is now attending remotely this morning.
Yeah,
Can you see the witness, sir?
I can indeed. And can you see me, Ms. James?
Yes, good morning. I can see you, Sir Wynne.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Price.
Good morning, Ms. James. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you.
If you repeat after me, I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Could you confirm your full name, please, Miss James?
Yes, it is Margot Kathleen James.
As you know, my name is Emma Price and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Thank you for attending to assist the inquiry in its work and for providing the witness statement which you have ahead of today. Do you have a hard copy of that witness statement with you?
Yes, I do.
It is dated the 26th of June 2024. If you could turn to page 28 of the statement, please.
Yes, I have 28.
Do you have a copy of the statement with a visible signature with you?
The hard copy doesn't have the original signature, but I did have emailed my hard copy with the signature, and I have looked at it this morning, and I can attest to the fact that it is my signature.
Thank you. Are the contents of your statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
For the purposes of the transcript, the reference for Ms. James's statement is WITN 109-10100. Ms. James, your witness statement is now in evidence and will be published on the inquiry's website in due course. As such, I will not be asking you about every aspect of your statement this morning, just specific issues which are addressed in it. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
I understand that there's something you wanted to say at the outset of your evidence.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Ms. Price, to apologise to Sir Wynne and to everybody present that I am not in the room. Unfortunately, I got COVID at the end of last week, and I respect the fact that the rules that the inquiry are following preclude me from being able to give evidence in person, although I'm perfectly physically able to do so. Thank you.
I'd like to start, please, with an overview of your professional background and career in government. You explain in your statement that in 1985 you co-founded and were chief executive officer of a company providing public relations and medical education services to pharmaceutical companies and healthcare providers. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In 1999, that company was sold and you managed the change to it becoming a subsidiary of a large multinational.
Yes, that's right.
You acted as chair of that subsidiary until 2002.
Yes.
Then you joined an advertising agency in 2003 as Vice President Europe, with responsibility for the integration and growth of its healthcare assets.
Yes, that's correct.
You were first elected as a Member of Parliament in 2010.
Yes.
And you served until 2019 when you stood down at the general election.
Yes, that's right.
Whilst a Member of Parliament, you served as an Assistant Whip from the 13th of May 2015 to the 17th of July 2016.
Yes, I did.
And then from the 17th of July 2016 to the 9th of January 2018, you served as Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Small Business, Consumers and Corporate Responsibility with the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And it was in this role that you became involved in some of the matters relevant to the work of this inquiry.
Yes, correct.
After you left the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, you held a further ministerial post as Minister of State for Digital and the Creative Industries with the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport from the 9th of January 2018 to the 18th of July 2019.
Yes, that's right.
And since leaving Parliament, you have held a number of roles, including being the Executive Chair of the Warwick Manufacturing Group at the University of Warwick, and 2 non-executive board roles in the financial services and technology sector.
That's correct.
And you now do independent consultancy and pro bono work in the areas of decarbonisation and climate change.
Yes, that's right.
And you are also an emeritus governor of the London School of Economics and Political Science.
Yes, I am.
Turning then to an overview of the portfolio you had as Parliamentary Under-Secretary at BEIS and the Post Office brief in particular, you describe your portfolio in this role as broad in your statement, and you have set out the areas for which you were responsible at paragraphs 11 to 14. You describe postal affairs and the Post Office as one of 8 policy areas and statutory bodies for which you had responsibility, all of which were responsibilities held in addition to the 3 main areas of responsibility: small businesses, consumers, and corporate responsibility. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Did the breadth of the portfolio impact upon your ability to provide effective oversight of the Post Office?
I think that it would not have... the answer, I think, to the question is no, in normal times. But I think that if one were to be... It made it very difficult, the breadth of the portfolio made it very difficult to drill down into any areas within the overall brief that weren't already pre-identified as being needing of a significant amount of attention over and above what you might distribute if you were distributing your time evenly across everything in your portfolio.
You deal with the postal affairs brief at paragraph 15 of your statement. Could we have that on screen, please? It's page 15. Here you describe the postal affairs responsibilities as themselves quite broad, and you say this: the core of the brief was to ensure that BEIS held the Post Office Limited Board to account for meeting financial and non-financial targets and delivery of work that was agreed to be central to the government's manifesto commitments. This included securing the future of 3,000 rural branches and branches in lower income urban neighbourhoods, modernising the network, meeting access criteria and expanding services, in particular a digital verification and identification system, banking services, and services to SMEs. Some of the central work to that brief was to ensure all routine small businesses and consumer banking services were available throughout Post Office branches, and in particular in rural areas and lower income urban areas. Then at 16, you say this: apart from this, there was significant focus within the postal affairs brief on planning and securing Post Office Limited funding. The government provides funding to Post Office Limited in the form of a subsidy, which recognises the wider social purpose of the network that goes beyond that which would be commercially viable. Picking up on the reference to the wider social role, would you agree that the maintenance of the Post Office's social role was a government policy objective?
Yes, most definitely.
And put simply, was it the case that even if it did not make financial sense to keep post office branches open in rural and low-income urban areas, the social value of doing so justified it?
Yes, it was a very clear manifesto commitment in 2015 that we protect the network, and by saying that I mean particularly those services in rural areas and poorer urban areas which would otherwise not be commercially viable. So the subsidy was in respect of the need for Post Office to deliver a service, significant parts of which would not be commercially viable if operated purely in the free market.
Would it be fair to say that sub-postmasters running branches in rural areas and low-income urban areas, as well as their staff and post office employees employed in such branches, played an integral part in delivery of the Post Office's social role?
An absolutely crucial part. It certainly couldn't have been delivered without them.
You deal with the distinction between operational or contractual matters on the one hand and policy or strategy matters on the other at paragraphs 20 to 23 of your statement. Could we go to paragraph 20, please? It's page 6. And by way of background, you say this: it was the intention of successive governments that although publicly owned, the Post Office should have commercial freedom to raise funds, invest in new technology, diversify its offering, and operate as a retail company in a competitive market. It was thought that these commercial freedoms were crucial to the sustainability of the Post Office. The legislation underpinning Post Office Limited, the Postal Services Act 2000 and the Postal Services Act 2011, therefore separated the functions of ownership and management. The executives of Post Office Limited owed their duties to the company and were accountable to the Post Office Limited board, not directly to the government of the day. And you go on at paragraph 21 over the page to say the government's role is as sole shareholder. It is responsible for setting the overall strategy, policy or objectives for the Post Office, as well as for ensuring that Post Office Limited works to deliver on those objectives, but not to have any involvement in the day-to-day running of the operations of the business. It was accepted that Post Office Limited would operate at arm's length from government, such that freedom was crucial to its ability to grow and over time reduce its dependence on the public finances. As shareholder, the government would only get more involved through UKGI, who undertook the shareholder function on behalf of government, if the strategic aims or objectives looked as if they might not be met, such as if a key milestone had not been achieved. Would you agree that there may be times when the way in which an arm's length body conducts itself at an operational or contractual level can cause concern for ministers at a policy or strategy level?
Yes, I can think of instances where that would be the case. I've set out my answers, I hope with some clarity, but there is a slightly theoretical nature to those answers, I think. It is not always that the line between strategy and execution and policy, it's a grey area, and the lines sometimes can get rather blurred. But ideally, I think that the way that we've set it out, I've set it out, probably works best, as long as you have a board of directors that are acting in good faith and owners that know enough about the business to be able to exercise their judgment as to when they need to perhaps blur those lines a little bit and get involved in something that might be normally classified as operational, and when they can draw back and act in the normal way that owners of companies are supposed to act.
Particularly where, as a matter of policy, there is a social role performed by a government-owned asset, would you agree that it is vital that there is effective oversight of key operational and contractual matters which might have a policy or strategy impact?
Yes, I think the social purpose heightens the need for both the board and the shareholders to ensure that the highest standards of corporate governance and corporate responsibility pertain. But I think actually those standards should be respected whether or not the company has a specific social purpose essentially within its constitution.
Would you agree that in order for there to be such effective oversight, the government must have access to adequate information about key operational and contractual matters?
Yes, I think that the information about operational matters should be at quite a high level. I don't think it does the distinction between ownership and management any favours if shareholders are getting a massive volume of information about operational matters. That's not appropriate, but I think certainly there's got to be high quality information at a high level about both operational and strategic issues that are affecting the company at any one time.
Ministers need to be adequately briefed.
Yes, they do. They certainly do.
And ministers must provide effective challenge to the arm's length body's approach to key
Yes.
operational and contractual matters which have the potential to impact upon policy and strategy.
Yes, I think that there's a role for both ministers, and in a government-owned entity, the shareholder representative function, which when I was a minister was undertaken by UKGI, it's most important that they are in a position to challenge on a day-to-day basis, but that doesn't remove the responsibility of ministers to challenge maybe less frequently, but when on the appropriate occasions, when ministers meet directors of the company for updates and things like that, then ministers should also be challenging the board. But on the day-to-day, that would be delegated to UKGI in this instance.
At paragraph 23 of your statement, further down the page, please, you give your view on which side of the, albeit blurry, line between contractual and operation and policy and strategy Horizon IT issues fell. And starting 3 lines down at paragraph 23, you say the legislation assigned the management functions, including the operations of the company, to Post Office Limited. This meant that issues concerning Post Office Limited's IT systems, aside from the issue of further investment in it and budgeting for that investment, were questions of day-to-day operation of the company. Issues surrounding whether Horizon was functioning as it should were matters for Post Office Limited to resolve as part of its operations. The complaints about the Horizon IT system, about which you were briefed when you took up the role, were that the way the system was functioning had led to people who had run and staffed post office branches being wrongfully prosecuted and or their contracts being wrongfully terminated. Were allegations like this not relevant to the wider policy and strategy goals for the Post Office?
Yes, I think that allegations like that were relevant to the delivery of the strategic goals of the Post Office. I don't feel when I started in the role that was the way in which I was briefed on the Horizon issue. But yes, in answer to your question, had I been briefed in that way, yes. The answer is yes, it should have been.
Well, looking at it in a number of ways, first considering the social role which the government wished to maintain as a matter of policy, which relied on the people who had run and staffed post office branches, there was a potential impact on that directly, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. Based on what I now know, certainly.
We'll come on to that first briefing, but just taken at the high level, whether the allegations were right or wrong, the nature of those allegations were on their face, weren't they, relevant in that wider sense?
I think when we come on to discuss the nature and scale of the allegations, which were briefed to me in my early days as Minister with responsibility, did not strike me immediately as requiring in-depth oversight from myself as a minister at that point in time.
And looking at it in another way, wouldn't IT failings resulting in wrongful prosecutions and terminations of contract have been inconsistent with any valid policy or strategy applying to the Post Office?
Yes, I believe so. I wasn't aware, I don't think I was aware that there were wrongful convictions. It may have been that I misunderstood my early briefings, but in my early briefings, I was advised that a number of people had gone to prison, but that was as a result of being convicted of a criminal offence in the courts.
At this stage, I'm just talking about the allegations rather than whether those allegations were right or not, and we'll come on to those prosecutions. But just in terms of those allegations, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that would be, were those allegations correct, that would of course be inconsistent?
Yes, it would.
And this is not to mention the impact on the future of the Post Office of potentially expensive and reputationally damaging litigation arising out of the allegations being lost or the litigation being lost. Would you agree that that was a wider impact that needed to be considered?
Most definitely.
Were those wider impact points considered at the time by you as Parliamentary Under-Secretary?
No, not at the time. No. Yes, certainly not in the first sort of half of my time as minister.
Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 29 of Ms. James's statement, page 10? And you discuss here a potential distinction between the role and the responsibility of the department and you as responsible minister when acting as a shareholder and when acting as a government department. Can I ask, why do you draw a distinction between the government as shareholder and the government as a department?
The shareholder role obviously is the ownership role, and that is where I think we delegated the responsibility for acting as an agent, if you like, on behalf of the department to UKGI, and UKGI was there to perform the normal responsibilities associated with the shareholders. I did wonder, when I wrote this, I did consider that the government department, particularly as it had, even in my own portfolio, responsibility for corporate responsibility and corporate governance and labour markets, that there was a wider remit that my department had, given its responsibility for those areas of business policy that were affecting all businesses, particularly publicly quoted companies, but also large private companies, and by inference, large public bodies, publicly owned bodies like the Post Office. And so I felt that my department and myself as a minister should be more focused on those aspects than perhaps the shareholder function, which was acting purely as an agent of the owner.
That statement can come down now, thank you. I'd like to come, please, to the officials who assisted you in the part of your role which related to the Post Office, and how, in general terms, they provided information and advice. If I have understood your written evidence correctly, there were, broadly speaking, two pools of officials who provided you with assistance on Post Office matters. First, private secretaries from the department's private office who assisted in preparing paperwork for your ministerial box and managed your diary. And second, officials who were subject matter experts in particular policy areas, who, for the Post Office part of your role, worked for UKGI. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Of these two groups, you say it was UKGI who prepared advice to you on the Post Office.
Yes, they did.
You describe UKGI officials as conduits of information between the Post Office and BEIS, and that if you needed a briefing on Post Office issues or wanted to raise questions of the Post Office, this would be through UKGI in the first instance.
Yes, that's right.
You say at paragraph 25 of your statement that they also took the lead in challenging the Post Office executives and accounting for Post Office activities to BEIS. How did you understand those officials to challenge the Post Office executives?
I saw most of the challenge during the time where we were discussing budgetary matters, remuneration issues, the level of subsidy and investment were two distinct things that government were providing. It was a particularly busy time on that issue because we were approaching the negotiations around the next 3 years of government investment and subsidy. So I saw most of the challenge in those terms because the early budgets that we received from the Post Office Board were quite considerably higher or needing of more resource than once UKGI had finished its various levels of challenge. So I took it to mean that that UKGI had a representative on the board of POL, and in addition to that, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes within UKGI to provide good analysis, financial support, etc. And that was the nature of challenge that was going on that didn't need my day-to-day involvement. I dare say, by the way, that challenge was going on in other areas as well. I just answered the question by means of an illustration of an area where I was particularly aware.
You deal with the standards you expected from your officials at paragraph 26 of your statement. Could we have that on screen, please? It's page 8. And you say, as with the advice I received on all areas of my policy portfolio, I relied on officials for objective and honest advice. They were bound by the Civil Service Code, and so I expected the advice given to be of this character. Given the breadth of all ministerial portfolios, it is necessary that ministers make decisions on the basis of the advice given, except in those cases where I had good reason to challenge that advice, and we are reliant on its impartiality and accuracy. Why was impartiality in particular so important?
Well, I mean, the Civil Service Code requires advice to be impartial and objective, and it's very important, the impartiality aspect of it, for the advice to be given in good faith, without whoever's giving it having an agenda which may or may not be known to the intended recipient of the advice. So I think that's what I regarded as important when it came to impartiality. I required that the person providing the advice did not have his or her own agenda that would potentially impact the nature of that advice given. And throughout my ministerial career, I would say that most of the advice, vast majority of my advice, met those criteria. On more than one occasion, though, it didn't.
The part in brackets, are you saying here that you would follow advice given by officials in the absence of good reason to challenge it?
Yes. Normally the advice, if it's advising you to take some action, the advice is usually provided in a way that provides you with some options and very cogent explanation of the implications of each option. And I would normally, especially when I was new in post, I think you have to have a very good reason to challenge advice when you're learning your brief. I mean, there are some exceptions to that, but in general, I would follow the advice given, early on in any job I had in government. And occasionally you do have good reason to challenge that advice, yes. Generally not in the early days, I don't think.
And what would constitute good reason to challenge advice?
When you feel that when you feel there's some partiality, for a start, if you don't trust the advice, that is a very good reason to challenge it. And when you think that it's contrary to the public interest is usually the other reason. There can sometimes be, you have to have an eye on the government and the impact you're having on other departments, number 10, all these other stakeholders within government. That might be a reason to challenge advice. You might feel that the advice is all well and fine, but you know that a key player, whether that's the Chancellor or the Prime Minister or your own Secretary of State, is going to have an issue with it, then that might be a reason to challenge it against the public interest, or you feel that there's some partiality involved and you doubt its integrity. Those are the reasons, really, that I would have challenged advice.
At the time, did you ever feel that there was partiality in the advice being provided to you and the briefings being provided to you about the Post Office?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You go on at paragraph 26 to say this: I would, for example, rely on the officials to review and analyse the information provided to them and provide me with sensible steers on action and draft responses to correspondence or parliamentary questions which advance the government's manifesto commitments and policy more broadly. You go on to deal with the process for dealing with correspondence at paragraph 27, and you explain this: correspondence would be received by my private office and directed to me in a bundle a few times a week. It would initially be triaged by my private secretaries, and I trusted them to deal with correspondence on my behalf. Documents which they referred to officials for analysis or advice would be returned to me, with a submission or note of advice, and often with a draft response for my consideration. I would read the correspondence and documents returned to me, but I relied on officials to direct me to the paperwork that required my close attention. How did you ensure that your private secretaries knew how to respond to correspondence appropriately on your behalf?
There would be a sort of government position, the department position, the policy position would be cleared and subject to review whenever circumstances changed, so that the correspondence would come in, and people not in my private office would draft responses using current government approved lines in order to respond to the key points raised by the letter writer. They would then come into my private office. They would be checked over by the private secretary in my private office responsible for correspondence, and then she would arrange the correspondence with the MP's letter, and then the response, and then the constituents letter, if indeed there had been a constituents letter attached. Not all MPs sent them. Some did, some didn't. Occasionally, you would get letters from members of the public directly to the department, to the minister for whatever you were, and that would be dealt with in the same way, except there wouldn't be an MP between you and the letter writer.
So when you say you trusted your private secretaries to deal with correspondence on your behalf, you're not saying that they were replying on your behalf, you're saying that they were dealing with the correspondence before it came to you?
Yes, I mean, I think the private office would reply to some forms of correspondence without checking with the minister, usually things like meeting requests, diary requests, lobbying campaigns, that sort of thing. There was a vast volume of correspondence, and some of it that would fall into that category would not reach me. It would be replied to by a private sector on behalf of the minister. Sorry, a private secretary on behalf of the minister. But I think I'm understanding your questioning right. You're talking about correspondence that did come through me personally.
I'm talking about correspondence of substance, if I can put it that way.
Yes. Correspondence of substance, it would be prepared in the way I outlined, and it would then reach me in a big folder with the draft response for me to just sign.
Which officials did you rely upon to direct you to the paperwork which required your close attention? Was that your private secretaries or the UKGI officials?
It might be both. It might be either or both, really. It was exceptional. Normally, it was just letters. They spoke for themselves. They didn't need any particular briefing, but occasionally there might be a briefing or an explanatory note, and that would be provided to me either by my private secretary with responsibility for postal services or by an official from UKGI, depending on the nature of it.
You go on, there would be standard responses based on agreed policy lines to a large proportion of correspondence on any brief. Officials worked hard to draft those responses in line with government policy, and they were updated over time and as circumstances changed. Was it UKGI officials who provided the substance of draft replies to correspondence in post office matters?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it would have been. I can't think that they acted as sort of in lieu of a normal base team of officials on the post office brief. So yes, it would have been them.
in relation to the standard responses based on agreed policy lines, who proposed policy lines to take to you?
The policy lines were approved, I would imagine, in the early days by the previous ministerial team, and periodically, if they had to change, they would require my approval. So you inherit, if you like, because a minister comes in and it's very automatic. The work continues, and the identity of the minister is completely irrelevant for some of the time, particularly in the early days, and the work just churns through, and instead of your predecessor signing it all, you're signing it all. So you don't start afresh looking at policies from the moment you sit down in your new ministerial seat, not at all. You just carry on what's gone before. And then when circumstances change, of course, there may well be a change, and that would then be yours to approve.
In the absence of a change in circumstances, would you routinely sit down and approve or consider whether you wanted to approve standard lines on agreed policy lines when you took up a role?
Not as a rule, no. The way I tended to work would be to, if there was something I didn't like about a line or the tone, sometimes, regrettably not always, sometimes I made time to amend them myself. And this would either be, as I say, a little bit later in the evidence, I think, by adding a PS or by rewriting it and sending it back. And if I felt the change should be made in perpetuity, I would ask officials to make sure that the people responsible for the draft know that there's a change here and that they should make it in all future correspondence on that point. That's how I tended to amend it.
Looking a little further up the page, please, at paragraph 26, starting 4 lines from the top, you say this: "After I had been in office for 6 to 9 months, it became clear to me that advice given by officials was often constrained by expectations on the part of officials of what might and might not be agreeable to number 10, Treasury, or to another department which might be taking the lead on a particular issue. Officials would require challenge from the minister in these circumstances if decisions were to be taken in what the minister determined to be the public interest." Was this specific to the Post Office brief or the entire portfolio while you were at Bays?
It's actually not particular to the Post Office. It's what I learned during my time as a minister in both departments. The only thing that jars with me there really is that the last sentence, officials would require challenge. I mean, might require challenge. I think that was a bit of an overstatement in those circumstances. Yes, I did become aware of the great frustration, actually, of advice being limited by what the officials thought the Treasury would wear. It was mostly the Treasury.
What did you do to challenge this when you became aware of it?
Well, I don't think it. I'm very happy to answer that question. I don't think I can give you an example from my Postal Affairs brief. Do you still want me to give you an answer?
Well,
to an example of what could be the case?
That perhaps answers the question. In relation to the Postal Affairs brief, did you ever challenge that? Or forgive me, let me ask a different question. Did you ever observe that in your Postal Affairs brief? Right,
I understand your question. If I could just give myself a minute to think.
So a perception that officials were being constrained by the expectations of what might and might not be agreeable to number 10 in the Treasury or another department?
I don't think so, no. I don't think there is an example of the advice I received from the Post Office team that was contingent on what might be agreeable to another department, HMT or number 10, no.
In the specific context of replies to sub-postmasters in correspondence, in the last two sentences of paragraph 27, a little further down the page again, please, you say this: I sometimes edited these responses myself, and these are the draft responses to correspondence, or added a postscript when I had time and when the response drafted for me struck, in my view, the wrong tone. This began to happen with my replies to sub-postmasters as I became increasingly uncomfortable with the line we were taking. When did you start becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the line which was being taken?
I think after approximately 6 months in the role. I couldn't give you a precise date. I can't, it wasn't sort of contingent on a particular event. It was the letters I just occasionally received from sub-postmasters, the ones who tended to write to me directly as Minister for Postal Services at Bays. And after I had received a few of those letters, I started to think that the advice I was getting did not reflect what seemed to be happening to the people who were writing to me.
What aspect of the standard response or agreed policy line were you increasingly uncomfortable with?
I was certainly uncomfortable with the tone, and yes, it started out as I was uncomfortable with the tone of the response that I was being asked to send the letter writer by way of a reply. And it gradually grew into a concern that the line that I was being given on Horizon I started to doubt it. I mean, there's quite a bit in the line that I was being given whenever the subject of Horizon came up for discussion in meetings. The thing that I started to doubt was the fact that all of the complainants were guilty of some sort of incompetence or theft or false accounting, or the things that I've been told were causing the criticism of the Post Office and its computer system.
Starting with the discomfort you felt about the line that was being taken in correspondence to sub-postmasters, did
Yes.
you raise that discomfort with anyone?
Initially, to deal with the tonal aspect, I did what I said I did up there. I either edited it or added a PS. When I started to be concerned that there were innocent people being caught up in something that was presented to me at the time as being a blanket problem with the complainant and not with the computer system, I started to raise Horizon more actively in my meetings with both UKGI and the Post Office when I met the Post Office board representatives, which happened sort of, I think I say there quarterly, 3 or 4 times a year, I suppose.
And what was the response when you raised things more actively?
The response was essentially a repeat in a different way of the lines that they always relied on. And they conceded that there would be cases where something might be wrong, that it was nothing to do with dishonesty. But in general, they stuck to their line, which was that, well, I don't know whether you're coming on to talk about that. I can go through it now if you wish me to.
We will be coming on to that. Just sticking for the moment with the question of draft replies to sub-postmasters. The inquiry has not seen any draft replies which show edits as such on them. What would your process have been if you wanted to make those changes? You've described a postscript. Would that be on a document?
It would be on the letter itself. I haven't seen any either. It's frustrating that so few letters have been retained. It's a curious situation because you would think that the department either retained all correspondence or no correspondence, but they seem to retain a few bits of correspondence. Who knows why? But anyway, I don't know how many letters I sent out on postal matters, but certainly more than the 3, 4 or 5 that were included in the pack of information that we received from the department for the purposes of the inquiry. And I agree, none of them contain any edits at all. What I would do is I would either alter the copy and then it would go back and be returned, as a new copy of correspondence with my changes incorporated, and I would sign it and it would go. Or if I felt the person had waited for long enough for a response, or I wanted to put it in my own words there and then and get the thing off, I might literally write in my own writing PS under my signature, and I might write 3 lines, I might like sometimes 7 or 8 lines clarifying whatever was above and making the point that I wanted to make to the recipient.
Could we have on screen, please, UKGI 30163320? This appears to be a draft letter given the Dear XXX to a constituent of a fellow Member of Parliament. It is dated the 12th of October 2016, and we can see that it's drafted in your name by the top right-hand corner and the bottom of the second page. If we can just go to that quickly, please. And going back to the first page, the penultimate paragraph here says, the individual mentions the Post Office's IT system. This system has over 50,000 users successfully undertaking transactions every day, and there is no reason to consider that it is not fit for purpose. Your constituent refers to current legal proceedings which have been issued against the Post Office on the matter of the Horizon IT system. This is a legal matter and I am unable to comment further. And then the last paragraph, while the Post Office is publicly owned, it is a commercial business operating in competitive markets, and the government allows it the freedom to operate commercially on a day-to-day basis. Post Office places great importance on the relationship it has with postmasters, and I would encourage the postmaster to discuss any concerns he has with his contacts at the Post Office. He can also make use of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters, who remain the representative body working for postmasters. Does anything in those 2 paragraphs contain anything which made you uncomfortable at the time?
I don't remember that particular letter, and I think the date was October 2016. So I don't think I would have been uncomfortable about that response at that time. But it would depend slightly on the nature of the letter that the MP had received. Sometimes MPs didn't attach the letter that you were actually answering, which was annoying. But so I would caveat my response by saying, if the letter had been a handwritten letter all about the Horizon system and the problems the individual was suffering, I think I would have found the tone of that response a bit impersonal and abrupt. But if, however, the letter had been of a more general nature, as some letters were, criticising some of the other aspects of post office policy and throwing in the dispute over Horizon for, as an additional item, i.e. not from somebody who was actually personally affected by it, then I would have found that line acceptable. I hope that was a clear answer. As I gave it, I started to feel it sounded a little bit convoluted.
No, that's clear. In terms of the timings of this, you've picked up already on the October 2016 date. So you don't think that you were editing draft replies by this point in a substantial way?
No, not in a substantial way, I wouldn't have been, no.
I'd like to come, please, to what you were told about complaints and legal action relating to the Horizon IT system when you first took up the role of Parliamentary Under-Secretary. You explain at paragraph 30 of your statement that upon your appointment to the role, you were given a day one briefing pack relating to the Post Office. Could we have that on screen, please? It's UKGI 30-20328. And this has the date, July 2016, so when you took up the role. It is described as an overview. And is it right that you consider this was the first time you became aware of the litigation?
Yes.
Going over the page, please, the first slide is entitled Summary and Key Issues. And this was a document, wasn't it, that related to the whole Post Office brief, not specifically to Horizon issues or the litigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And the third paragraph on the slide says this: this pack gives a high-level overview of how Post Office Limited is set up, the areas in which it operates, and its long-term strategy. There are also some short-term matters below which you need to understand and may require prompt action. We recommend you receive more detailed advice on each. Then the last paragraph is headed Horizon and refers you to a later slide for more information. But the summary here says, a small number of mostly former sub-postmasters have raised concerns about Post Office Limited's Horizon IT system, which they claim has caused their businesses losses. Over 2 years' worth of independent investigation has found no systemic faults in Horizon, but campaigning and media interest persists. Civil litigation has been commenced against Post Office Limited. Then going to page 14 of this document, which is slide 13. The heading is Horizon IT System, Complaints and Legal Action. And this was the information which was provided to you. Following complaints from a small number of mostly former sub-postmasters about the Horizon IT system, in 2012, Post Office Limited commissioned an independent firm, Second Sight, to examine the system for systemic flaws that could cause accounting discrepancies. Second Sight's interim report, published in July 2013, and final report, published in April 2015, both make clear that there is no evidence of system-wide problems with Horizon, and that's underlined. The interim report raised some questions about the training and support offered to some sub-postmasters, and Post Office Limited implemented a series of measures to improve its processes. It also created a mediation scheme to consider individual sub-postmasters' cases. And the next paragraph addresses that mediation scheme. And it says, while some cases were resolved through mediation, a number were not, in particular cases where individuals had received criminal convictions, e.g. theft or false accounting, since mediation cannot overturn a court judgment. Earlier this year, a group civil litigation on behalf of 91 claimants was commenced at the High Court. This is at an early stage and precise details of the claim are unclear. As there are legal proceedings underway, our advice is that this should remain independent of government. It is a matter of law. The Criminal Cases Review Commission is understood to be considering circa 20 cases raised on this subject. This review has been underway since early 2015. We have no indication of when the CCRC may reach conclusions on any of the cases. Post Office Limited are engaging fully with the CCRC's work. And then in bold at the bottom, we recommend you receive further briefing on this subject, and Post Office Limited would be happy to meet with you and provide any further briefing or information. The second paragraph here flagged up that there were 2 reports from an independent firm which had been produced. Did you ask to see those reports when you read this slide?
I doubt very much that I would have done that. I can pretty much say no, I wouldn't have done.
Why would you not have done?
Because I was being briefed at that point across many, many different policy areas, and I was just wanted to take in sort of top-line advice and move on, absorb as much as I could, and get to grips with my role. So I wouldn't have requested any additional information. I was going to say at this stage, and that's how it should have been, and I should definitely have asked for it at a later date, and I don't think I did, and I very, very much regret not asking for it.
Did you understand from the information here that there were people challenging the safety of their convictions on the basis of discrepancies they said had been caused by the computer system?
I thought that the 20 cases being reviewed by the Criminal Cases Review Commission must have been a group of people in that category. Yes.
Did you ask for any further information about how these individuals had come to be prosecuted at this time?
I'm afraid I didn't. I think I would have thought that the CCRC would investigate and justice would be delivered via that route. I didn't see it as a minister's role to get involved in that.
In relation to the advice that this should remain independent of government, on the 29th of July 2016, Laura Thompson from UKGI sent an email to your private office about the litigation. Could we have that on screen, please? The reference is UKGI 406961. We can see here the email was copied to Richard Callard and Gareth Evans. That's Richard Callard, who went on to give you a verbal briefing on the 4th of August. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Thompson says this: there is currently civil litigation underway in the High Court against the Post Office by a group of circa 200 individuals, mostly former postmasters. Postmasters are essentially franchisees. The claims relate to the Post Office's Horizon IT system and accusation that Post Office has treated its agents unfairly, there is a chance that there could be some media interest in this issue over the weekend, because Post Office have today sent a letter to the claimant's solicitor, which will be shared with the claimants and could therefore be made public. This is a legal matter and the operational responsibility of Post Office Limited, the company which manages the Post Office network. As such, our advice would be not to comment and for Press Office to pass any media inquiries to Post Office directly. This is the approach we have taken previously on this issue. Please let me know if you think SPADs or ministers would disagree. We will provide a full briefing on this issue to ministers. This is flagged in the Day 1 briefing pack, and we have also included in our briefing to Margot James. Picking up on the middle paragraph here specifically, were you told at the time that your private office had been asked if they considered you would disagree with the proposed approach, that this was a legal matter and the operational responsibility of the Post Office?
I wouldn't have disagreed with that. So whether I was told or whether I wasn't, because I can see that is an email that I wouldn't have seen, I would have been content with the advice. But I wouldn't have seen that. But I think it would have come to me in a different form. Potentially you have it in another form shortly, but it would have come to me, but I didn't see that particular email.
But in any event, your response would have been that you were content with that advice, would it?
Yes, it would have been.
Could we have...
At that point in time, did you have a special advisor who had any, well, did you have a special advisor, first of all?
No, I didn't. But I did have access to special advisors to the department who advised the Secretary of State. And there were 3 of them. And with the benefit of hindsight, actually, I think one was a lawyer, and I could have, I should have asked him, but we didn't have special advisors at my level in the ministerial sort of hierarchy.
That's fine, thank you. Yes, Ms. Price.
Thank you, sir. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 35 of Ms. James's statement? It's page 11. Starting 4 lines down, you note the advice provided by UKGI that the proceedings should remain independent of government. It is a matter of law. And you're referring here, aren't you, to the Day 1 briefing that we've just looked at?
Yes.
And you provide this comment: I took this to mean, as I would do in any litigation relating to the government, that BEIS should not look to interfere with it or comment on the process until it was concluded. What do you mean here by interfere?
It's perhaps a poor choice of word, because it's obvious that governments shouldn't be interfering in legal process. I think I took it to mean that we have to be careful as ministers not to say anything that might prejudice legal outcomes of cases that are live within our court system. And that's a general principle that most parliamentarians are aware of, whether you're a minister or not. Of course, it doesn't preclude you from taking a view, but you have to be alive to the consequences, which it can bear with the outcome of the trial. But I think it's also an appreciation that once matters have reached the courts are in the best position to adjudicate. Well, it's their job to adjudicate the outcome, and they get to see all the evidence and all the witnesses, and as a minister, you don't. So it's unwise to opine, I think, on cases that are going through the courts as a general principle.
By comment, do you mean internal comment or public comment?
Public comment, and of course that doesn't, I might go on to say this, sorry, I'm not good at reading while I'm talking, but yes, it's that constraint, if you like, does not preclude you, of course, from discussing litigation in private, particularly with one of the parties.
Exploring a little what you say here, because you make wider reference to any litigation relating to the government, where a government department is the defendant in civil litigation. It's right, isn't it, that instructions need to be provided by the department to lawyers acting for the government, both as to the substance of the claim and litigation strategy?
In general, yes, that's true. But I don't think that happened in this case.
We'll come on to why this case might be different, but I'd just like to ask you some general questions about that, because it seems to influence your approach in this particular instance. So if litigation is against government is high profile enough, it's right, isn't it, that both the substance of the defence and the litigation strategy may need to be signed off by senior civil servants and potentially ministers. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
So as a matter of principle, whilst a government department which is a party to litigation may choose not to comment publicly on the litigation, as you've just referred to, it's not right to say that the relevant department will not be involved in the legal process until it's concluded, is it?
No, I agree with you, what you've said, yes.
Of course, the position is one step removed where the defendant is a government-owned asset. But would you agree that the fact that an issue is the subject of litigation against a government-owned asset should not prevent a minister holding the brief for that asset from being fully briefed on the underlying issues in the claim?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it shouldn't just preclude, it should happen as a matter of course, really.
So that that minister can fully understand the case?
Yes.
Or when it comes to it, the proposed defence and the proposed litigation strategy?
Yes, you are right. And we didn't in this case.
Looking again at paragraph 35 of your statement, 6 lines up from the bottom, you say, perhaps due to this position being taken, and that is the position that it was a matter for the courts, a matter of law, not many details were provided, and this is in the day 1 briefing pack. Whilst the day 1 briefing pack did mention the litigation, it did not, for example, contain any details about there being concerns around remote access to Horizon or the deletion and replacement of files. Whilst it referred to the second site interim report and final report, it did not refer to any of the subsequent reports, reviews, or action taken by Post Office Limited. It did not contain any information on the Simon Clarke advice, any of the Deloitte reports, or the Swift review. With the benefit of hindsight, this briefing, even making allowance for the fact it was a high-level summary, was very selective and omitted several important developments. So to your mind, even taking the approach that this was an operational matter for the Post Office and with the courts, is it your view that this briefing did not provide you with adequate information about the issues underlying the litigation?
100%. I mean, it certainly did. I think they included reference to the second sight reports, because the second sight reports, I presume, had been in the public domain for so long that they had to include them. But there'd been other reports, and you just summarised by name which reports are relevant, that were not mentioned at all, ever.
We saw on the summary and key issues slide of the day one briefing on page 2 that there was a recommendation that you receive more detailed advice on Horizon. There was then a recommendation in bold at the bottom of the Horizon IT system complaints and legal action slide, which recommended you receive further briefing on the subject, noting the Post Office was happy to meet with you to provide any further informational briefing. And you deal with this at paragraph 38 of your statement. Could we go to that, please? It is page 12, please. Towards the bottom of the page on page 12. And you refer to a promise that UKGI would provide a full briefing on the issue to ministers. Is that the promise in the email we looked at dated the 29th of July from Laura Thompson?
Yes, I think so.
And then you say this: it is correct that the Horizon IT system issues were flagged in the day one briefing pack as explained above, but to the best of my recollection, I never did receive what might be termed a full briefing. I regret not asking for one, and that my private office did not follow up on this promise.
Well, that's true. I do very much regret not asking for one. I had a briefing when I met with the board, when I asked questions, but it didn't build very much on what I'd already been told, if at all.
We'll come on to what came next, but just for now, thinking about those recommendations, which had been made twice in the briefing pack, once in bold.
Yes, I know.
Why didn't you ask for the briefing when you read those recommendations?
I might have said, well, we must get that, but I might not have specifically asked for it. I think I'm saying that because I don't recall ever getting one. And I think, to be fair to UKGI, that they would have given me one had I pressed for it. But how full it would have been, no one would know. But fuller than perhaps had been included to date.
So I wonder if that might be a convenient moment for the first morning break.
Yeah.
I think it is 25 past now, so if we were to come back at 25 to, please.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Can you still see and hear us clearly?
Yes, I can.
Is the link still working to the witness as well, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, it is.
Thank you, sir. Ms. James, you received a verbal briefing from UKGI on the 4th of August 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
From Mr. Callard and Ms. Thompson from UKGI.
Yes.
And this was another briefing spanning the whole of the Post Office brief, rather than being specific to the litigation and the issues underlying it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Could we have on screen, please, UKGI 6015? And this is the note which you say in your statement you were provided with ahead of this meeting. It is a 3-page document, and Horizon IT issues are addressed on the second page. Could we go to that second page, please? And it is listed first under things you need to know. And the notes say this: Project Sparrow, alleged problems with IT systems, seeing postmasters suffer losses and in some cases imprisonment. No evidence of bugs in the system despite 3 years of investigation. High Court proceedings have begun. Suggest we give you a fuller briefing on this as it regularly flares up. Can you recall now what you were told about Project Sparrow at the meeting?
I can't recall what I was told at the meeting, at that particular meeting. No. I would think that I was not told very much. It was, as you say, an introductory meeting for the whole of the Postal Services brief, probably excluding the Royal. Oh, it's actually Royal Mail is down there. So I doubt I was told much more than what appears there.
There is here a further suggestion that you have a fuller briefing. On this occasion, did you ask for a fuller briefing specific to the Horizon IT issues?
Not on that occasion, no.
Can you recall why not?
Because I was content with the briefings I was getting on the issues which were, I suppose I thought at the time, were the highest priority issues for the responsibility I had for the Post Office. And I wouldn't have pursued a fuller briefing on something that fell into the category of things I need to know. I would hope for a fuller briefing on something I needed to know when it became more of a priority matter for my consideration, if you follow the distinction.
Yes. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 40 of Ms. James's statement? It's page 13. And here you say this: I do not remember the detail of that verbal briefing on the 4th of August. I believe it covered the topics outlined in the July 2016 Day 1 briefing pack. My understanding was that there may be occasional faults in the IT system, but nothing that was a structural flaw across the system. Did you understand at the time the occasional faults in the system to be capable of causing accounting discrepancies?
No, I wouldn't have understood that at the time. No.
Did you ask for any further information about what those occasional faults were?
Not at the introductory meetings, no. I asked for more information about what the occasional faults might be later on in my time as minister, but not. I wouldn't have done during the meetings that you're talking about, the introductory meetings.
When later on in the time you held the role did you ask about the nature of the faults?
I would have asked after a few months, after 6 months or so, once I started getting concerned that there was more to the Horizon issue than I had been briefed about.
And who did you ask?
I asked at one of my meetings with board representatives. That would probably have been the CEO and the CFO, and although I referred to meeting the Post Office board 3 or 4 times a year, I don't think I ever met the whole board. That wouldn't have been a good use of their time. What I meant was I would meet the key people from the board, the CFO, the CEO, possibly they might have with them the Government Affairs Director.
And when you asked for more information about these occasional faults, what were you told?
I was told that this had been a long-standing problem, that there'd been independent investigations into Horizon over 2, if not 3 years, that some faults might be found, but nothing systemic, nothing system-wide capable of causing a significant problem for a large number of postmasters. I was told that a number of postmasters had been convicted, and there were very few of them affected, given the fact that 65,000 people used the Horizon system. The numbers involved were very small indeed. And I would say that the demeanour of the Post Office was they were very good at presenting themselves as the victim in all this. They came across as beleaguered. What more could they have done? They've set up this mediation scheme. They've improved their training processes. They did acknowledge that there were occasional faults, as with any computer system, and nothing capable of causing the amount of harm alleged. So I wasn't wholly satisfied with this, but that was the sort of tenor of the explanation that I got when I probed more. And I said before, I should have asked for the second sight documents. And that was possibly my biggest mistake, especially the second one, if I'd ever been able to get the second one out of them.
Could we go, please, to paragraph 49 of Ms. James's statement? That's page 15. Here you deal with a meeting you had with Paula Venables on the 1st of September 2016. And you say this: I was briefed in advance of that meeting by Michael Dolan of UKGI. This was a routine introductory meeting to help me understand the current issues facing Post Office Limited. I do not recall the Horizon IT system issues, the SPM complaints, or the group litigation being discussed in that meeting. I was certainly not briefed specifically on those issues, and matters relating to Horizon were not included in the meeting agenda. There is a document which may assist on why Horizon issues were not addressed at that meeting. Could we have on screen, please, POL 002 44227. This is an email from Tom Weschler to Paula Venables, copied to others. It is dated the 30th of August 2016. It appears to be Paula Venables' briefing ahead of or referring to her briefing ahead of the meeting with you on the 1st of September. And underneath points 1 to 4, there is this: since the base material was pulled together, we have had some additional feedback from UKGI, including this evening. Their advice was, and then at the 4th bullet point, the Minister has been briefed on Sparrow, but is content that this is best left to the courts. No need to cover the issue in the meeting. Had you agreed by this point that this was a matter best left to the courts, which should be dealt with independently of government? That was the advice we saw in the day one briefing.
I don't think that would be an unfair summary of a view I might have expressed at a meeting if given the advice that now the litigation is underway, it would be best to wait for the outcome of that litigation before taking any further steps with relation to the Horizon issue. I don't think that would be an unfair. I don't recall actually saying that proactively at that time. I might have agreed the advice. It's a moot point.
Why do you say it's a moot point?
Because I think it's an at best, it's an overstatement of a view that I had. I might have agreed advice, yes, it is indeed best left to the courts, but that does not mean, ergo, that the issue shouldn't be covered.
Of course, if I can just stop you there, my question at the moment is limited to whether, regardless of the consequences, you had agreed at that point that it was a matter best left to the courts, independent of government, which was the advice set out in the day one briefing pack.
All I can say was that I didn't disagree with it.
Okay.
I wouldn't have disagreed with it. I doubt my agreement was sought. Introductory meetings are not places, they're not times where ministers give guidance and advice. The minister is in reactive mode. He or she is absorbing information. If something strikes you, I think, as extraordinary or something you wouldn't agree with, you would say that. But you wouldn't be actively giving a view on an area of policy in an introductory meeting.
Were you aware at the time that this was the reason that the issue was not covered in the meeting with Paula Venables?
No.
What would your reaction have been at the time if you had learned that you agreeing this was a matter best resolved by the courts meant you were not going to be given any information on the issues underlying the litigation by the CEO of the Post Office?
I think that would have been wrong. I think it would have been wrong for them to assume that because I seemed content with that advice, that meant that no further information was required. I mean, it should really have been covered in the meeting, but it also I should have been given a proper briefing. If I can remind you of our discussion earlier about the Civil Service Code and the importance of impartial and objective advice, to have information as the Post Office did, well beyond the second sight reports that they disclosed they had, and not provide ministers with the same level, if you like, of information at the very least as they were providing about second sight was very wrong. So I wouldn't think that bullet 4 is a free pass for the Post Office never to mention Horizon or anything about it to that minister ever again. No, definitely not.
We will come on to the press lines which were agreed about the litigation. But just looking at this document alone, do you think that your early agreement, or at least lack of objection, to the approach that this was an operational matter for Post Office, best resolved by the courts, may have led to you receiving less information from UKGI and the Post Office about complaints and legal action relating to the Horizon system?
Well, I think that yes, I think there is there's a partial explanation for it. I think it possibly gives them an excuse to feel, well, she's happy for this to be decided by the courts, so we're not going to provide any further information. I think it gives them cover for that, unfortunately. So.
Would you agree, though, that this should not have been the case, because a decision not to comment publicly on an ongoing legal case should not prevent effective oversight by the government of such important matters which were the subject of those legal proceedings?
Yeah, I agree strongly with that. And indeed, had the initial briefing pack, which you had on the screen an hour or so ago, had that contained a comprehensive, brief but comprehensive briefing on the Horizon issue, then I would have definitely expected to have covered it in my first meeting with the CEO. It was a selective briefing, as I think I have already communicated. And therefore, the slant lulled me into a false state of security, I think, on the issue.
That document can come down now, thank you. You were given some information on Horizon IT issues ahead of parliamentary debates on the future of the Post Office in November 2016 and March 2017. Is that right? These are covered in your paragraphs in your statement.
Yes.
And the information that you were provided with was part of a wider briefing pack covering a range of issues. Is that right?
Huge range of issues, yes.
And you deal with this at paragraphs 51 and 52 and 61 of your statement, if you need to refer to them.
Thank you.
You say that the briefing pack repeated the information and advice you had previously received. Is that right?
Yes.
And you describe at paragraph 22 of your statement parliamentary debates being of particular value to you in keeping yourself informed independently. Whilst neither of these debates focus specifically on Horizon issues, would it have been helpful for you to have had more fulsome information about Horizon issues for those debates?
Well, no. Unfortunately, it wouldn't have helped me because Horizon didn't come up in either of the debates. If it had done, if one of the MPs who was very knowledgeable about the matter had decided to attend the debate and hold forth, then a briefing would have been useful. But in the absence of such a member, it wouldn't have been useful because no one raised it.
You were provided ahead of such parliamentary debates with these written briefings. Did they themselves not serve a purpose in terms of you becoming more independently informed or more informed about the brief?
Right. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you. I apologise. What was your last sentence?
My question is whether, regardless of what questions you were asked in the debate, the briefings themselves served a purpose for making sure you were informed in relation to briefs you held.
Yes. Well, they did, although that wasn't the prime purpose. One would hope that the Minister was informed enough, certainly by the time of these debates, but you still need a comprehensive briefing, you know, to remind you so that you can refer to stuff during the debate. If the debate had been about the Horizon issue or the mediation scheme, about something relevant to the Horizon issue, then I think that would have put you in a real bothersome position, because they would have to have briefed me more. I couldn't have gone into a parliamentary debate with the usual 10 lines or 5 lines, 10 if you were lucky. They'd have to have produced a whole briefing pack on the matter. But alas, while I was Minister, the only issue that really generated noise in Parliament was potential post office closures. That was the thing that was alive in Parliament during my 18 months in the role.
Turning then to the press lines which were agreed about the litigation, could we have on screen, please, page 18 of Ms James's statement? At paragraph 56, you deal with an update on the litigation which you received on the 20th of January 2017. And this discussed an upcoming hearing at the High Court on the 26th of January 2017. Towards the end of the paragraph that you quote here from that document is a section on media interest. And it says this: if there is any media interest, I would suggest our usual approach of referring any inquiries to Post Office. I would not suggest we comment on legal action, but welcome thoughts from Press Office. You then say at paragraph 57 that you decided to accept this advice, the advice about media lines. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I think that's the only thing they're asking my agreement to.
After consultation with the Bayes Press Office. And then you deal at paragraph 58 with an email dated the 31st of January 2017, in which Laura Thompson confirmed UKGI's advice that we're content with the suggested lines, passed to Post Office in the first instance, operational matter, legal proceedings, if needed. Was this the established line by this point, that this matter was an operational matter for Post Office and being resolved in court?
Yes, that was the position, and I noticed the email came from Claire French. I think she was the lead person from the Press Office of what was Bayes at the time, and that was the established position. Yes.
At the time, were you satisfied with that line?
Yes, I would have been. I would have been satisfied with that line. I didn't suspect the Post Office of acting in bad faith, and they were best equipped to comment on issues pertaining to their own operations. Far better that they comment than the government comments on something which, yes, we did regard at the time as an operational matter for the Post Office.
Was this also the line which was being given to sub-postmasters in correspondence at this stage? So early 2017?
Yes, it would have been. It would have been.
did you think that that was a satisfactory response to be given to sub-postmasters in correspondence at that time?
Early in January, yes, I probably would have done. I would say that my feelings altered during Q1 of 2017, I think.
Do you accept now that the litigation and the underlying Horizon allegations were not simply operational matters for the Post Office?
I do. I do accept that, yes. They should have been, if they'd been handled appropriately. They should have been an operational matter for the Post Office. But because of the way the Post Office was behaving, they most certainly should have been a matter for the government, the owner.
Would you agree that the effect of this line, passed to Post Office in the first instance, was to defer to the Post Office on issues concerning the integrity of Horizon?
Yes. I think that's a fair assessment.
Is it right that the Post Office's interests were not one and the same as the government's?
That's quite a broad question.
In the specific context of these issues?
Yes, I see. Well, given the regrettable lack of suspicion on the part of myself, I can only speak for myself, at the time, there was nothing wrong, in my view, with that position. But anybody who knew what was going on at that point within the Post Office on this issue, to anyone who was in possession of that knowledge, it would not have been an appropriate or adequate response. Because what was going on was potentially so damaging, obviously, to the victims of the behaviour, but also to the Post Office itself and to its owner, that you wouldn't delegate everything about the matter to the organisation that was behaving in all the wrong ways in its management of the matter.
Had you seen the reports which you say you should have been provided with? And we went to that list earlier, including the Deloitte reports and the Swift report and the Clark advice. Would you have agreed to defer to the Post Office in this way?
No. No, definitely not. I think that we would have had, we wouldn't be at this position at that point in time had we had all that information that you've just mentioned by virtue of those reports. I suspect the Bay's legal department, myself as Minister and the Secretary of State would have been all over it, demanding change. I mean, you could start by demanding the implementation of Jonathan Swift's recommendations. That would have been a good place to have started.
Do you think that this line, operational matter, legal proceedings, may have had the continued effect of you being provided with limited information about the allegations which underpinned the litigation?
Sorry, I don't really.
Well, Going back to the discussion we had earlier about the early lack of disagreement to the this being an operational matter and a matter for the courts, and what the consequences of that might be. And we looked in particular at the email to Paula Venables, which appears to have led to something not being, that issue not being discussed at that meeting.
I see what you mean.
We talked at that stage in the context of your early briefings. My question is, looking at this line, which continues to be used throughout 2017, I'm asking whether you think that continued potentially to have the effect that less information was coming to you than should have done.
I mean, possibly they would use that as an excuse to not provide the information. But of course, as we just discussed, and I think you just mentioned briefly then, it all goes back to the partial briefing that was included in my day one pack and the first meeting I had with UKGI.
Does this serve to underline the fact that the distinction between operational and contractual matters and policy and strategy matters is necessarily blurred and should be blurred? And there is a danger in putting things in a sealed box marked operational, contractual, legal.
Yes, I think so. I think you have to accept that you use your best endeavours as a shareholder to hold the executive to account. And in general, that means leaving the executive with responsibility for execution and operations, because obviously if you interfere too much, then the executive can rightly challenge you back when objectives aren't met. And too much blurring compromises accountability. But having said that, there is a blurred line between strategy and execution and operations, and to deny any overlap can have the reverse effect, whereby shareholders are completely blindsided on the basis that it's an operational matter, therefore you don't need to know anything about it whatsoever. I should add, though, that when you're in government, and indeed in the private sector, it's no different really, you do expect the people you're dealing with to be complying with the law at the very least, and certainly to be acting in good faith. And of course, that was not the case.
The standard line to this effect was provided in further briefings for you for an MP drop-in session, and you deal with that at paragraph 65, a crib sheet on the post office, which you deal with at paragraph 66, and a hot topics pack, which you deal with at paragraph 67, all of those being in 2017, is that right?
Yes, I think so.
Did that standard line continue to be used in correspondence to sub-postmasters throughout 2017, as far as you can recall?
As far as I can recall, it would have done, yes.
Can I just ask you, I'm not sure if, and this is my ignorance, all right, if Ms. Price is going to show you particular letters from sub-postmasters during this period, but I'm slightly querying the extent to which you would have received letters from sub-postmasters when there is active litigation ongoing. All right, on the one hand, you've got the group litigation. I think it was made group litigation in March 2017. So there's a legal process going on. And on the face of it, I'm a little surprised if individual postmasters were writing either to you or to Shex or whoever, UKGI, I'm sorry, while that litigation is going on. I mean, what is your memory of actual letters, either from sub-postmasters or MPs on their behalf?
I don't recall receiving a letter from a sub-postmaster who was among the group litigation order, one of the complainants in that case. I don't recall anybody writing to me who was themselves going through that litigation.
Yeah.
I do recall postmasters writing to me about the Horizon issue in more detail and describing the experiences that they were having with Horizon.
All right.
And that would have been, I think, whilst this litigation was going on, but coincident to it.
All right. Well, if there are particular letters that Ms. Price wishes to refer to, no doubt she will. But can you just give me an approximation of the number of such letters you received, say, in the last 12 months that you were the relevant minister?
I would probably have received maybe a 10-ish, I would say.
Yeah.
It's sort of almost one a month, but not quite.
Fine. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Price.
Not at all, sir. If it assists, the letters that I have for the purposes of this witness, the latest one is in October 2016, so it was very much a question without the documents providing a clear answer.
Without wishing to have a chat to you, Ms. Price, I was rather suspected that if there were specific letters, you would have put them by now, hence my questions to try and clear my mind.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So would that be a convenient moment for our second morning break, please?
Yeah, just so that I can manage what goes on, what are you anticipating in terms of the further time necessary to examine Ms. James?
I will be very nearly finished by lunchtime, but I think I will still have a little to go after lunch. Probably no more than 15 minutes or so after lunch, plus core participant questions.
Well, I was going to ask you to check about whether we actually need to have a full lunch break, especially given that Ms. James is recovering from COVID. If it's the case that we could complete the evidence by, say, 1:30 to 2 o'clock with just further short breaks, that may be a preferable way of dealing with things. So have a chat to co-participants and see what they say. All right?
Yes, sir, I will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what time should we resume?
25 past, sir, please.
Fine.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I've discussed with core participants the likely time estimate for questions, and there should be a total of around 15 minutes, made up of 5 minutes from Mr. Steen and 10 minutes from Mr. Henry. So it should be possible to conclude, I would hope, if we go through now by about 1:15.
That's perfect. Ms. Price, you carry on then, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to come, please, Ms. James, to your impression about the Post Office Board and the Chief Executive Officer's willingness to discuss Horizon issues. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 49 of Ms. James's statement? That's page 15. And towards the bottom of the page, starting 3 lines up, you say, later in my time as Minister, it is hard to remember exactly when, I formed an impression that Horizon was the last thing that the Post Office Limited Board or CEO ever wanted to discuss, that they would never bring it up proactively, and, if I asked questions about it, they were reluctant to speak about it in detail. To begin with, I simply put this down to it being a difficult issue which was subject to ongoing litigation. But as time went on, and as I started to get a number of letters from MPs raising complaints from sub-postmasters in their constituencies, and some letters from sub-postmasters themselves which contained accounts of their personal experience of Horizon, which was at odds with the minimal details disclosed to me by the CEO of Post Office Limited, I started to feel that there might be more to the Horizon issues than I was being told. Starting, please, with the way you had contact with the Post Office Board and the CEO. In your statement at paragraph 22, you say that you would challenge the Post Office Board, where appropriate, by questioning them at quarterly meetings. Who attended those quarterly meetings? You referred earlier to the CEO and the CFO. Did anyone else ever attend?
Yes, others did attend, but I'm afraid I can't remember which individuals from the board attended with the CEO and CFO. I would imagine it would have been the Government Affairs Director, but I can't say for sure. Occasionally, I would meet the CEO just on her own, and I think there were occasions where it would just be the CEO and the CFO. And then there were occasions where they might be accompanied by another board director. I think the first time I met representatives of the board, there were probably about four of them I met on the first instance, but it was a reduced number after that initial meeting.
Those quarterly meetings, how long did they last?
They probably lasted 45 minutes.
And that was to cover all Post Office issues during that time, was it?
Yes.
Were Horizon issues ever on the agenda for those meetings?
I think I can safely say no.
Did you ever ask for Horizon issues to be put on an agenda for those meetings?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever attend a Post Office Board meeting?
I don't think I did, actually. I'm quite surprised. I mean, I should have done. But then diary management was extremely, extremely difficult. And I think there would have been an intention to have attended a Post Office Board meeting, but I don't recall ever attending one. And I suspect that it was a matter of diary management, I think. I mean, certainly it was in the case of other institutions for which I was responsible for. For example, I wanted to attend a meeting of the board of the British Business Bank, and I failed to do that. They were in Sheffield, which didn't help in terms of the lengthy travel time involved, but even so, I would go up north quite regularly with my portfolio. It was a very, very difficult thing to manage all the diary requirements for such a wide and varied brief, really.
If you didn't ask for Horizon issues to be on the agenda for your quarterly meetings, do you think you did in fact raise Horizon issues at those meetings or not?
I did, certainly at one of them, probably two of them, I would say.
Can you
Yes.
recall when you raised those Horizon issues?
It would have been, I think, probably after the funding issues were resolved. So that would have been in the second half of 2017.
And did you say it was one or two occasions on which you think you raised Horizon issues at those meetings?
I can only really be sure of saying at least one, probably two occasions, because inexplicably, although, as you've seen, because you have the documentation in front of you and you put some of it on the screen, I've been given, copies of meeting briefs, agendas even, but not one meeting minute. So there's no readout or report or whatever you want to call it from any of the meetings through the whole time I was at the department, which is strange. Not for now, but it is of interest what is retained and what isn't. Seems very random.
If you think that you raised Horizon issues only once, possibly twice, at your meetings with the CEO and the CFO, what was it that led you to form the view that the CEO and the Post Office Limited Board were reluctant to discuss issues to do with Horizon in detail?
Because occasionally I would meet with the CEO one-to-one, in addition to the board meetings which we're now discussing. And I raised it with her as well, separately from the board meeting. And on all occasions, there was a change in demeanour, a wish to shut the conversation down as soon as could be done politely, and a general reluctance to discuss further. And that would be the same whether it was one-to-one or as part of the update I had with the board.
When, roughly speaking, in your time in the role, did you first ask directly about Horizon issues to the CEO?
So I would say earlier than I would have raised it at the board. So probably either towards the end of 2016 or early in 2017.
And on how many occasions in total do you think you asked directly about Horizon issues?
I would say probably 4. I would say we'd be safe to say. Yeah, a good 4 times.
The inquiry has been unable to find any documentary evidence that your concerns about this reluctance to discuss Horizon issues were raised at the time you were Parliamentary Under-Secretary. Did you raise those concerns with anyone?
Do you mean with the people we've just been discussing, the Post Office Board?
Well, either directly with Paula Venables or with anyone else from the board, or more widely?
Certainly. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear when you asked me how many times I had raised the Horizon.
Forgive me. I think we may be talking at cross purposes.
My
question is if you were concerned that there was a reluctance to talk about Horizon issues on the part of the Post Office Board and the CEO, whether you raised the fact that you were concerned either directly with the CEO or anyone from the board or more widely?
I don't recall ever alleging to the board that I felt they were trying to close down the discussion. No, I persevered in the discussion against this kind of pushback when it came to discussion with the board or representatives of the board of Post Office. So on the question of, so I didn't raise directly with them that I was concerned that they didn't seem to want to discuss this issue. I would just persevere with them. But I did, it did form some of the discussion that I had with the Secretary of State, probably the Permanent Secretary, and probably with UKGI as well. But I can't be sure about them because I can't remember, but I do remember discussing it with the Secretary of State. Probably fairly later on. I wouldn't have raised a misgiving, or I wouldn't have raised that kind of feeling with the Secretary of State unless it grew in substance. So I suspect I didn't raise it with him probably until the second half, well, certainly well into 2017.
Was there any particular question that you asked the Post Office Limited board or the CEO that you didn't get an answer to?
I can't really remember. I felt I was fobbed off because in general, they would find different ways of saying the same thing in response to my questions. And the best question I could have asked them was, I want a copy of the second site report, both of them, please. And I didn't ask that question, unfortunately. But I did ask other questions about the computer system, why it was that the assumption was that all of the sub-postmasters in making these complaints were guilty of misconduct or incompetence, because I explained that I had received letters which I felt were very bona fide from people who didn't appear to be in either camp, but nonetheless were experiencing problems with the system. And those are the sort of questions I was asking, and I didn't get good answers to my questions. I got really a reiteration of how, 2 or 3 years of independent scrutiny had not actually come up with anything system-wide. They did give way that sometimes there were occasional faults, and they conceded that that might cause some of the problems that the campaigning group of postmasters were complaining about.
One of your reflections on matters is that you wish you had challenged the Post Office Board more vigorously than you did, and you say that at paragraph 37 of your statement. Looking back, what did you challenge the Post Office Board on? The more vigorously than you did suggests there was some challenge. What was that?
I think the challenge was that I wanted more information about the system of Horizon and what it was capable of doing in relation to sub-postmasters who were not in the camp of even being taken to court. I wanted more information about the system. That was my main challenge. I didn't challenge on the litigation strategy, and I must say I had no idea at the time of the way that the Post Office were behaving when it came to matters of disclosure and the quality of evidence that they were allowing to be brought, and the matters raised in the Cartwright King and Swift papers. I wasn't aware of all that, so I didn't challenge them about that. I think the most effective challenge I made was to their wish to cap the amount of compensation that they were prepared to put into the mediation scheme or any of its successors, in terms of the compensation that might be offered to sub-postmasters, because I was aware, of course, of the criminal case review compensation team who were looking at, I think it was about 20 cases when I first came into my position. So I was aware that compensation might be required for all sorts of things, and I wasn't sympathetic to the Post Office Board's recommendation that they cap the overall amount at what I suspected was a level below what might transpire to be required.
You wrote a letter to Tim Parker, the then chair of the Post Office, on the 20th of December 2017, and you addressed this at paragraph 68 of your statement. You describe it as a standard letter drafted by UKGI, which reminded him of the government's strategic priorities for the Post Office and confirmed the level of subsidy and investment for the forthcoming year. And you note in your statement that there was no mention of horizon issues. You had been in the role for 18 months by this point. Was this not an opportunity to explain to the chair the importance of ministers being fully aware of developments in the litigation, particularly if you had concerns that the board was reluctant to discuss horizon?
Yes, it would have been a good opportunity. Now you pointed out. Could you remind me of the date of that letter?
The 20th of December 2017. We can go to that letter if you'd like to.
No, I had forgotten the date and where it fitted into the whole scheme of things. But yes, you are right. I should have brought his attention to my concerns actually earlier than that. He was the chairman, and I should have possibly sought a meeting one-to-one with him to discuss the matter. I think that would have been and then possibly included a follow-up in the letter to which you refer. I should have done that. I didn't do that, but I with the benefit of hindsight, I should have done that.
Did you ever raise with Tim Parker a concern that the board was reluctant to discuss horizon issues?
No, I didn't, which I certainly should have done.
Could we have paragraph 70 of Ms. James's statement on screen, please? That's page 23. You deal here with what you did after you became concerned that there may be more to Horizon than had been communicated to you. And you say that you decided to meet the outgoing leader of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. And 9 lines down, you say this: I decided to meet the outgoing leader of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters and took the opportunity of questioning him about the alleged impact of Horizon on some sub-postmasters. Somewhat to my surprise, I was reassured by the representative of the NFSP, who concurred with the line taken by the Post Office Limited in response to my questions. This had the effect of allaying my concerns, which had been growing prior to the meeting. This state of reassurance was reinforced by Horizon, never coming up during my meetings with the leadership of the CWU. You found reassurance in the stance taken by the NFSP, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You say you found that surprising at the time. Did you discuss your surprise about this with anyone at Bays or UKGI?
I can't remember doing that, no.
Could we have on screen, please, the day one briefing for the Post Office, UKGI 30020328. That's page 13. And page 13 of that document, thank you. This is a slide about key stakeholders, and covered here was the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. And there is an explanation here that Post Office Limited has recently started funding the NFSP directly to enable it to transform into a trade association working in partnership with Post Office Limited and not a union-like organisation often in conflict with it. Although this has been widely welcomed, there remains tensions in the group's relationship with Post Office Limited, e.g. NFSP negotiates with Post Office Limited on sub-postmaster remuneration. In addition, some sub-postmasters believe the NFSP is now compromised as it received funding direct from Post Office Limited. Did you consider at the time you met with the NFSP whether its stance might have been influenced by the fact it was being directly funded by the Post Office, especially considering the information contained in this briefing that some sub-postmasters considered the NFSP had been compromised?
It's a very good question that you ask, and I don't think I did consider that. It didn't strike me as an explanation for the content of the meeting I had with the outgoing chair or chief exec of the NFSP. And I think it was also amplified by the fact that I'd had several meetings with the leadership of the CWU, and they had not raised Horizon at all with me. And I asked them about it, and they were not concerned, I would say, would be the general tenor of what I got back. So a good reading of that briefing paper prior to I must have had a briefing on NFSP before I met them, because that was the standard process. If you were going in for a meeting, you had a briefing first, and that would have contained some background information on the NFSP. Whether it would have been identical by then to the 2 paragraphs you have up on the screen is another matter. Quite possibly not.
I'd like to turn, please, to your impression that certain things were deliberately withheld from you. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 42 of Ms. James's statement? That's page 13. And it's just the last sentence here with reference to the Simon Clarke advice, the Deloitte reports, or the Swift review. You say, having now read these reports, I have concluded that they were withheld from me deliberately. Who do you think was withholding the reports deliberately?
Well, I think it depends on the report. Any of those reports I mention that were that had been disclosed to UKGI, I would say they withheld it from me. But I gathered from watching a previous evidence session approximately a week or 10 days ago, to my absolute astonishment, it came out at that previous evidence session that the chairman of the Post Office didn't even share the Swift report with his own board. So obviously I wasn't going to get a copy. And if the board weren't seeing it, then I presume UKGI didn't see it either. So I'm not quite sure who, in answer to your question, was withholding the information from me. Either the Post Office were withholding it from UKGI and therefore it didn't reach me, or UKGI were aware of it and excluded it from the original briefing, which, as I mentioned, did give me a couple of lines on the second site report. So my point would be that the Simon Clarke advice, Deloitte, Bramble, etc., and the Swift review, any of those that UKGI knew about should have been bullet pointed with the reference to second site.
Why do you conclude that it was deliberate?
Because there's no logic to advising a minister about the presence of one report when there are other reports which develop the thinking of the report mentioned further, add to the volume of knowledge on the same matter. It's partial, in my view, to give the minister reference to one report and then remain completely silent on the presence of further work in the same vein which adds to the body of knowledge.
Could we have on screen, please, UKGI 30-16898? This is a UKGI risk register dated the 31st of July 2016, so around the time you took up the role. And going, please, to I think we already have it open, the risk register tab, which related to the Post Office. First of all, have you ever seen a risk register like this from UKGI before?
No. You sent me a copy of it as an additional document approximately 10 days ago, and I am 99% sure that it was the first time I had seen a copy of these risk registers, which doesn't necessarily surprise me. I mean, they were produced, I gather, from the reports that you sent me on a monthly basis by UKGI, and I would expect them to be internal management documents and ministers to be made aware of highlights, I guess, from it.
Under item 6, which is line 40, Project Sparrow is addressed. The risks associated with the litigation are addressed in columns D and E. And then in column K, there is this. And to read the full text, you need to cast your eyes up to the long bar at the top because of the nature of the boxes. Responsibility rests with Post Office Limited to manage both the mediation scheme and stakeholders generally. Post Office Limited chair undertaking review with independent QC. We are managing ministers' involvement with the intention of keeping the issue independent of government. And then in column P, which is further mitigating actions, there is this. Ensure Post Office Limited are proactively managing interest and noise and are aware of ministers' expectations. Manage interest and wobbles from ministers or the centre, including preparing fallback options if current arm's length position becomes untenable. What is your view of this express management of ministers by officials?
Alarmed. I find that very alarming. First of all, would you mind reminding me of the date of this particular risk register?
The 31st of July 2016.
Right. Well, I was very surprised to read on your previous slide when you put up the full copy in column I think it's column D, where it said that the chair is...
I think the column that I showed you first was K.
Right. I mean, I'm very surprised because I couldn't see on my... I did see this and I read it, but I couldn't see beneath, you know, what you're showing me above. I could only see the first 3 lines. I'm very surprised to see poll chair undertaking review with independent QC, which indicates to me that UKGI must have known about that because they are the ones maintaining this risk register. So they must have known about it. That doesn't mean to say they had a copy of it, because of course, my understanding of a previous evidence session was that the chair didn't share it with the board, and that would presumably include the UKGI representative on the board. But there it is. Anyway, back to your other question about managing, you know, to make sure there's no ministerial wobble and things like that, and maintain the arm's length position here. Sort of, it's not the advice. What is written there, and your previous statement about ministerial wobbles and preserving the arm's length position, that is not really consistent with the civil service values of integrity, honesty, impartiality and objectivity, in my opinion. I think it is an example of a team of people who should be following those principles, but who have gone rogue and abandoned those principles.
Do you agree that preparing fallback options in case the arm's length position becomes untenable casts some doubt on whether there was ever a justified basis for saying that this was a reason for ministers not to become more involved?
Probably. As I might have mentioned right at the beginning of our exchanges this morning, if the Post Office had been managing this issue in an appropriate manner within the law and in good faith, it should indeed have been the case that it was an operational matter for the Post Office. But the fact that they weren't meant that it should definitely have been on the government's radar.
Sir, just at this juncture, I need to confess that my time estimate was ambitious, and I'm going to need a little more time than I had budgeted for. Given that that is the case, and with an eye to the transcriber, I wonder whether we want to take another short break and then complete all of the questioning after that, or whether you'd like me to continue to the end of my questions and then do that.
Well, we started at 12:25, did we not?
Yes, sir.
Just ask, if I can ask the transcriber through you, whether if we continue until about 1:30 as opposed to 1:15, which I assume would be enough time,
Yes, sir.
is okay with her?
Yes, I'm seeing nods.
Fine. Well, then let's do that.
Thank you, sir. Could we have on the screen, please, UKGI 406991? Starting on page 2, please. This is an email from your private office to Laura Thompson from UKGI. It's dated the 23rd of August 2016. And the last paragraph of this says, I also wondered if you could send me a copy of the group's civil litigation letter and our response on Horizon, just for further background for me. The response from Ms. Thompson is on page 1. And in her penultimate paragraph, she says, on the Horizon issue, we, government, have not been party to either the letter of claim from the claimants or Post Office Limited's response. Post Office Limited's response in particular is subject to legal privilege. I recommend we maintain that distance, certainly at this stage in the proceedings. Happy to chat through, of course. Were you aware at the time that this request had been made on your behalf and refused, in effect?
I don't think I was, no.
Would it have concerned you had you been aware?
Not at that stage. It wouldn't have done. I think later on, with my growing knowledge of the situation, it would have done. I think it was a good call on the part of my private secretary. I think he did it on his own account. And unfortunately, he left during my time in the job. So I lost his continuity, unfortunately, because he might have brought it back up again later as my interest in Horizon grew. But at the time, I'm afraid I probably would have been accepting of that.
We looked at one of the UKGI risk registers. If we could please have on screen the one from January 2017. That's UKGI 30s42795. And this is the risk register for Post Office specifically. Item 21, apologies, deals with Project Sparrow. And the risks are addressed in columns D and E. And if we can start with D, please. The risk identified here is civil litigation and or Court of Appeal processes judge that Post Office Limited has acted inappropriately or illegally, even absent such a finding, ongoing risk that they continue to be perceived to have acted in that way. And then the next box, potential for significant compensation claims if civil or criminal courts rule against Post Office Limited. More likely, however, and certainly in the short term, is that this continues to be a significant distraction and cost to the business as they defend their actions. Were the risks of the litigation ever expressed to you in those terms?
No.
That can come down now, thank you.
Certainly not the first one. I think it was evident to everybody that it could become a costly distraction, but certainly not that the Post Office, might have acted illegally.
Do you explain in your statement that you were not aware, when you were Parliamentary Under-Secretary, that the Post Office had brought private prosecutions against sub-postmasters and others? And you deal with this at paragraph 44. And if I can summarise, you say, in effect, you would have exerted greater challenge had you been aware that prosecutions had been brought privately. Why is that?
I was really shocked when I did discover, very belatedly, that these had been private prosecutions. Because I had assumed, which is a very bad thing to do in the role I had, but I had assumed that the prosecutions had gone through the normal process of being cleared by the CPS and mounted in the normal way. And that was why I allowed myself to be persuaded of an important part of the Post Office's line to me, which was, and where people have been charged, they have been found guilty, which was an important part of the line that I was given by the Post Office. But what I've since discovered, obviously, the whole issue of disclosure and the quality of evidence being brought was thrown into doubt as far back as, I think, 2013.
Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 74 of Ms James's statement? That's page 25. And towards the bottom of that paragraph, you acknowledge here that you should have asked for a copy of the second sight reports, but you say these were held very close by Post Office Limited, but I could probably have had access to them and I should have read them, rather than taken as read the only message Post Office Limited wanted the reports to convey. You were, in your first briefing, told about the second sight reports, and you obviously regret not having asked for them. It's right that you didn't ever ask for copies of those reports, is it?
I'm pretty sure I didn't. I think I would have got them if I had have asked for them. And I think if I'd asked for them and they hadn't been forthcoming, I would have, asked for them again.
Why is it, therefore, that you say these were held very close by Post Office Limited?
Oh, I think I meant the second site. Sorry, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? The second site report number 2 or final or whatever it was. It's a bit of a. I think I should have said the final report was held. I have the impression was held very close.
How did you gain that impression if you never asked for it?
Yes. I think that might have been with the benefit of hindsight. I think I might have read somewhere in the evidence that I've been given to prepare for this inquiry. It's coming back to me slowly. Basically, the interim report was one thing, but I think second sight were dismissed at or around the time they reported the second time. And I think they had many complaints, which was certainly not shared with me at the time, about the Post Office withholding information and obstructing their inquiries when it came to their follow-up work, having produced their interim report. And I think that I was imagining that given those conditions, I think it likely that the Post Office would have been reluctant to reveal or disclose the second or final report.
That can come down now, thank you. One of the things that you say would have been a red flag to you, and to give the context, you say at paragraph 71 of your statement that you had a generally favourable impression of the Post Office around the time your concerns about Horizon issues were increasing. So it would have taken a red flag for you to become more proactive in relation to the issues. But one of the things you say would have been a red flag was exposure to now Lord Arbuthnot's campaign. When you took up the role, did you ask which parliamentarians had an interest in the issue of Horizon challenges?
No, I didn't.
Did you request a briefing on any recent parliamentary debates which concerned the Post Office?
No.
Did you ask your private office staff to provide you with previous ministerial responses to Parliament on key Post Office issues?
No, all of these would have been good things to ask for, but I'm afraid I didn't ask for any of them.
At the time, was there any mechanism for incoming ministers to be briefed on past relevant parliamentary debates?
No, I don't think there would have been, no. No.
Did that change at any point when you were in a ministerial role, having gone on to be Minister of State in a different department?
No, I don't think it did, actually. I gave my my successor at Bayes a briefing on all the kind of top line issues within my brief about 2 weeks after he had assumed what were my responsibilities. But I did that informally, without any officials present. So that's not really what you're talking about, I don't think. There's no formal handover process which enables the new minister to capture the top line, be it parliamentary or in any other aspect of the brief, what had gone before. Which is curious, I suppose, really. But that's my experience.
Do you
I
think...
understand that might be the case as between the respective ministers. Does not the civil service provide a kind of handover in the sense of highlighting important points which were being dealt with by the previous minister and which now catch your attention? And I take it you're going to say, well, that was the initial briefing.
Yes, I was going to say, Swin, that does happen, and that is your introductory pack and all the introductory meetings.
Yeah.
I think one unfortunate aspect of when I assumed this role was that it did coincide with a new government and an entirely new ministerial team and private office team. I don't think my private office had experience of handling any aspects of my brief left over from my predecessor.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't always be the case, but when it's a new government, I think it is the case.
Turning finally to your reflections on the governance structure in relation to the Post Office, could we have on screen, please, paragraph 79 of Ms. James's statement? That's page 26. It's towards the bottom of page 26. And you say the structural problems of the current system of oversight are first, that there are too many players involved. And you list UKGI, HMT and DBT. This gives rise to communication challenges, and you go off to list other issues there. Is the essence of the problem that you're getting at here that nobody grips the problem because there are so many players involved?
There's the potential for that. I don't think it automatically follows, but I think that the potential for that is heightened by the number of players involved. And the agenda, I think the point about stakeholders developing their own agendas is heightened by the more there are in the mix.
You deal, going over the page, please. You say the other problem with the status quo is that UKGI, as the representative of government on the board of Post Office Limited, reports directly to HMT. And you talk about the power wielded by HMT across government, which can be absolute and heightens the risk that UKGI focuses purely on the achievement of financial objectives, with the sole goal of reducing public subsidy. I think you've seen in the documents provided to you more recently 2 memorandums of understanding, about the role of UK GI officials. Have you had an opportunity to look at those?
Yes, I have.
Without displaying them for the purposes of time, would you agree that the Memorandum of Understanding, which was in place at the time, and the Memorandum of Understanding in place now, states that UKGI formally acts as an agent of the department, that is, what was at the time BEIS, as opposed to the Treasury?
Well, it did act as an agent of the department. I would agree with that. But it doesn't change the position that it's wholly owned by HMT. So whilst it might act as an agent of the department, it is accountable, really, to the people who own it, and that's HMT.
There is a section in the Memorandum of Understanding relating to the accountability to Parliament for the activities of UKGI. And the levels are BEIS ministers, the principal accounting officer level BEIS permanent secretary, and the senior official level UKGI and BEIS. Would you agree from that that there is a direct link of accountability between UKGI and the department already in existence that was there at the time?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes, whenever I gave evidence or attended a debate in Parliament, led a debate, answered a debate, I was always, UKGI support was always available to me. And it wasn't, a BEIS official, it was an official of the UKGI who would support me in those matters, yes.
And
I mean, they were interchangeable in most senses with department officials for that particular brief. It's just that although they are supposed to comply with the Civil Service Code, they're not civil servants. And I can imagine it might be quite difficult to act, as a civil servant if you haven't had the training to be one.
Looking then to paragraph 81, a little further down this page, there are two options which you moot in your statement that might improve matters. And one is that the Post Office should be taken essentially under DBT, and the other is that the role of Ofcom should be extended to give regulatory oversight, independent regulatory oversight. Which of those two options, with the benefit of having considered this matter with the benefit of hindsight, do you consider to be the better?
Well, I don't think either option will resolve the cultural crisis within the Post Office. In order to resolve that, I think the machinery of government is probably adequate without a change. But long term, I think I would favour the latter. If the Post Office can be brought into an acceptable state, which is a very big if, then I would favour the regulated route rather than the DBT-owned route. I mean, we did, as I know you are aware, have a long-term consideration that it might be mutualised as a service, and that's another option. I didn't mention that there, but that is another option. Although it does have to be, I think, to qualify for mutual status, it would have to be not in receipt of public subsidy, I think. So that's an issue. The subsidy issue is a bit of a that kind of leads more to the DBT owned model. But I mean, none of this will solve the cultural crisis in the post office. I suspect that has to be subject to radical surgery, I would imagine.
Sir, those are all the questions I have for Ms. James.
Thank you.
Shall I hand over to Mr. Henry first?
Yeah.
Ms. James, thank you so much. I don't want to go back to the document, but it's UKGI 000 16898, and it's column D of the risk register of the 31st of July 2016, allocated to risk number 6, which was entitled Project Sparrow. And therein one reads, increasingly orchestrated campaign against the Post Office Limited on alleged faults with Horizon system, including attempts to derail the mediation scheme set up to address individual cases, the author of that being Mr. Callard. Was that clearly communicated to you when you assumed ministerial responsibility that month?
Not in those words, no. Not in those words. In fact, I don't recall ever being told that there were attempts being made to derail the mediation scheme. I wasn't informed of that. I was informed that there was, I think that term was almost used, an ongoing campaign against Horizon, in spite of the fact that 2 or 3 years of independent scrutiny had found there to be no systemic problems. That was communicated.
That was
yes.
communicated to you. When you succeeded Baroness Neville-Rolfe, did she brief you informally as you did your successor?
No, I don't think she did. No.
And so, consequently, it seems that the suspicions that she harboured about the Post Office's reliability or veracity over Horizon got lost on the handover to you, and you were starting from scratch.
I'm afraid so.
And you were, of course, dependent upon your officials and dependent upon checks.
Yes, I was.
Now, again, no need
to be. So was she, of course, when she came in. But
yes, of course. Now, I don't need to go to paragraph 56 of your statement, but that is on the 20th of January 2017. Laura Thompson of UKGI provided your private office with an update on the group litigation, and you remember the passage that you were taken to by Ms. Price. And then in the following paragraph, paragraph 57, you said, I would have taken this email as an update only and not a request for action or decision of any sort. I decided to accept this advice, in other words, the advice not to get involved, after consultation with the Bayes press office. Why the press office, Ms. James? Is this concern, as it were, about optics as opposed to substance? Why the press office as opposed to a more considered briefing on strategy?
No, that's a very fair question. I think I didn't often seek advice from the press office, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have the document absolutely to hand, but I think that was advice in relation to media handling.
It's quite right. It does say, if there is any media interest, I would suggest our usual approach of referring any inquiries to Post Office. I would not suggest we comment on legal action, but welcome thoughts from Press Office.
I think that's probably why on that occasion I was seeking guidance from the Bayes press office, because you're quite right. I wouldn't normally, on matters of substance, seek guidance from the press office.
Now, I now want to move on to what you might have done differently had you been properly apprised in a timely fashion about material issues. No need to get it up on screen, but your paragraph 74 begins, I should have been briefed on the scope and purpose of Tim Parker's review, and especially the conclusions as set out in the report of the 8th of February 2016 by Jonathan Swift, Queen's Counsel. I then omit words and you refer to Project Zebra of June 14 that you should have been told about, and further work by Deloitte, Project Bramble, again you should have been told about. And then you say this, if I had known about these reports, we might have been able to put pressure on Pol to implement the recommendations of the Swift report, rather than just commission yet more reports that serve to delay the day of reckoning for the Post Office Limited. Had you been properly briefed in a timely fashion and seen the writing on the wall, might you have gone further at that stage than simply requiring the Post Office to implement the Swift recommendations?
That's a very, very good question, and I am not sure what... Well, I was going to say I'm not quite sure what more I could have done at that point. But if I'd been armed with all the knowledge that is contained within the reports that you mentioned just now, then I suppose what I should have done would be to go to my Secretary of State, first of all, and the Permanent Secretary, and say that we've got a massive problem here with the leadership of the Post Office and corners within the Post Office who are behaving possibly illegally, certainly unethically, in a substantial way. I suppose I should have done that had I had all that information, as well as, I think the recommendations of the Swift report were very sound, and that should have been done. But you are right in, I think, what's behind your question. Would that have been enough based on what I would have then known? Probably not.
But basically, government could have been made aware that the Post Office was staring disaster in the face and that the litigation was going to be a ruinous, degrading failure. Yes,
I think you put that very well.
Could I just pick up one sentence in that paragraph 74, where you say, if I had known about these reports, we might have been able to put pressure, etc., rather than just commission, that is, the Post Office, yet more reports that serve to delay the day of reckoning for the Post Office. You see, it might be said by some board members that they were being open and commissioning reports to get at the truth. But from your assay of the issue, having looked at it now and being fully briefed on the matter, it looks like they were commissioning reports in accordance with a policy of obfuscation and delay, putting off the evil day, covering the reports in privilege and failing to detect or disclose the red flags within them. Is that what you mean when you say, rather than just commission yet more reports that serve to delay the day of reckoning?
Yes, I think you put that extremely well. Yes, exactly what I think, yes. Because I was anxious when you first read that quote out that it looked as if I was saying that the government should be commissioning more reports, or not just commissioning more, because we hadn't commissioned any reports. No. But what I meant was that the Post Office, rather than continuing to commission yet more reports, should actually face up to what's in front of them and deal with it yesterday.
Thank you. My final issue is a document that has been provided by Miss Venables, and it's PVEN 0000503. And this is an exchange of messages from 2017 when you raised the case of a sub-postmaster directly with Paula Venables. And you were later told by Miss Venables that she had been, the postmaster, audited, which led to a loss being identified of £130,000. And Miss Venables told you that the sub-postmaster was vociferous and has been sharing various and varying accounts of what has happened. And we can pick it up there where you contact her over the weekend because you're concerned about the Post Office and the postmaster. And then could we go to the next page, please? And you're on the matter, you agree to speak, and then you give the details of the Post Office. It's Moresby in Cumbria. And then could we go down to, we briefed, hi Margot, we briefed Trudy Harrison in June as to exactly what was happening. Omit words. However, the postmaster was suspended in May as an audit showed she was missing over £130,000. That possibly explains why she was putting in her own money. She has since lodged a request to join the group litigation, not unusual in this kind of situation. I don't want to put more details into a text, but I am happy to explain. The location has been supported by a temporary post office. The postmaster is vociferous and has been sharing various and varying accounts of what has happened, and then referring to Trudy, who I think is the local MP, because it concerns her constituent. From the papers that the inquiry has seen, the Post Office in general use dismissive language like this to denigrate and discredit sub-postmasters who suffered losses. Did you experience this in any other settings when you were liaising with the Post Office, that there was a generally dismissive and highly robust approach taken to sub-postmasters who were complaining about Horizon?
I would say that there was definitely an assumption on the part of the board members of the Post Office that the postmasters were in the wrong. That there was, there was nothing wrong with Horizon. We covered all that, but you asked about the sort of demeanour and attitude towards the Post Office, postmasters. I think that they, sadly, tragically, the Post Office board did regard them as criminal at best, incompetent at worst, yes. And that was the assumption. As I mentioned earlier, they were extraordinarily good at seeing themselves as the victim. This campaign, and it's not just a campaign, it was an orchestrated campaign, as if to say there was absolutely no legitimacy to this campaign whatsoever. That sort of thing. The language would be based on an assumption that postmasters were in general guilty of something. It might be fraud, it might be theft, it might be joining an illegitimate campaign to undermine something that the Post Office was doing, like putting a mediation scheme in place. Yes, the postmasters were always in the wrong. in any conversation you had with representatives of the Post Office.
Well, those are my questions for you, Miss James. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Steen?
So I do have questions. They should be less than 5 minutes. I know the time, though, is 1:35. Shall I just
So
go
I'll
ahead?
give you till 1:40, since you're less than 5 minutes. Off you go.
Thank you, sir. Ms. James, you answered questions very early on from Miss Price in relation to when you first came in to deal with matters concerning the Post Office. And you were referring to the 2015, May 2015 manifesto pledge, which was to retain the Post Office for all of its purposes, including the social purposes that it serves. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And you, like all of us, I no doubt understand that the people that operated these branches, the Post Office branches, also felt that what they were doing was operating the branch for purposes of supporting their own families, but also an important place within the local community. Do you agree with that?
I agree strongly with that.
Because the post of a sub-postmaster or a sub-postmistress is a prestigious one in the local community. It has meaning socially. Do you accept that?
I totally endorse that.
And you've discussed in your statement, paragraph 2, I don't need to take you to it because I can simply refer to it. You wish to express your deepest sympathy for all sub-postmasters and sub-postmistresses and their families who have been subject to such a terrible miscarriage of justice. And later on in your evidence, you spoke about the Post Office victims. You said that at just gone 12 o'clock today, the victims of the Post Office. Now, at the inquiry today, the Terry and Cindy Seeney. Terry was the sub-postmaster at the Bear Regis branch of the Post Office in Dorset. He held that post from February 2002 to July 2006. Now, that's well before your time in your dealings with the Post Office. What happened within his Post Office branch, though, is perhaps important on these questions of victims and who have been affected. He had the usual litany of shortfalls that he had to account for and he had to pay on a regular basis out of their own funds. He employed his wife within the branch. What happened was that when trying to reconcile the amounts on any given week, he would spend evenings and into the late night in the Post Office branches. They find it funny now, or they certainly didn't find it at the time. Cindy actually thought he was having an affair because he was spending so much time working at the Post Office branch. The end of days, it got to the point whereby he, Terry Seeney, was searching the bags of the people that he employed within the branch. So I go back to your evidence where you speak about the Post Office victims. And in the excellent questions you've been asked by Miss Price, and also the great questions being asked by my learned friend Mr. Henry, you've also considered the question of the failures in government by, or governance by government. Do you agree that the victims of both the Post Office, Fujitsu, and government failures, those victims include not just the sub-postmasters, sub-postmistresses, but the partners, children, the wider family effects? Could you say yes or no to that so that we have a record here?
I most certainly agree with you. And I would add, I don't know whether you included the staff in branches as well as family members. Yes, and a whole network, I would imagine, of family, friends. Your statement did touch on some of the consequences that are not automatically visible to people from this tragedy. When you mentioned the length of time Mr. Seeney was spending in the Post Office led his wife to doubt him. It can have and I'm sure has had, so many effects on people's friendship groups and, you know, their esteem within their community. You didn't mention that. That's people's personal reputations. I mean, all this has been obviously widely commented on, and I know, and I hope it's well understood, but I agree with what is behind your question.
Thank you, Ms. James. One last point before I finish, just about within the time limit set by the chair. Those individuals, the partners, the family members, do you agree that they're no less deserving of recompense and redress and compensation?
I do agree that they are deserving. Of course, yes, I do, most certainly. I mean, that's obviously not for me to judge, but that is my opinion, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Is that it, Ms. Price?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, thank you, Ms. James, for giving evidence today in circumstances where you are recovering from an illness. You've been extremely helpful to the inquiry in facilitating our work, both in providing your evidence and in doing so in a manner which you would have preferred not to do. So thank you very much. And we'll resume again at 9:45 tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.